Okay, stream is not immediately dropping like 90% of frames, so this is better than the last like half a dozen times I've started streams. Hey, Ninja and Emerald. Yeah, Skeletron. Last time we killed the Eye of Cthulhu, Eater of Worlds, Queen Bee, and Deoclops. Each one of those giving me access to some other obscure weapon. We started off using the Breathing Reed and the Umbrella, and we did that until we fished up a purple clubberfish from the Corruption. And then we used the purple clubberfish for a while, and it was actually pretty good. And we also used poison throwing knives. Poison throwing knives are what we used against the Eye of Cthulhu, and ultimately the Eater of Worlds. But, after the Eye, I thought, hey, let's try Unholy Water. Unholy Water, you know, AoE, splash damage, throwable weapon. Turns out it doesn't actually do any AoE damage. It only hits a single target for 20 damage. And was really bad, so we had to pull out the poison throwing knives for the Eater. But then we used the Unholy Water, because I had like 900 of it or something, against Queen Bee. And then from Queen Bee, we got the Witch Doctor, which we bought the blowgun from. And then we used the blowgun with poison darts against Deoclops, who we got the Pneumatic Horn from, which we're going to use for Skeletron. And then after that, we'll reconsider. Because we'll need something for the Wall of Flesh. I heard Flower of Fire get tossed around earlier, and that's... I kind of like that idea, because the Flower of Fire is just pretty bad. And I never hear it mentioned for any reason, ever. That's fine, Quoxy. Don't worry about it. It's not like you're... Yeah, Goblin Picture of Ogres, that was right. And we're on Master Mode, by the way, if you weren't sure. Oh, and we made a Phase Blade. That's right, I completely forgot about the Phase Blade. This challenge, every weapon you craft from Cobalt and Titanium with the swords are useless, you'll be able to stand and use it. I mean, yes, you're not wrong on that one. But the problem is, if we're talking early hard mode melee weapons, nothing beats the Hambat. Like, the Hambat is the quintessential, absolutely forgettable melee weapon. And then followed by the Hambat, I would probably say, like, Phase Saber, which we are going to make. Like, oh, sure, Cobalt and Orichalcum and Titanium, sure, those are forgettable. Okay, but what about the Phase Saber? You see the melee weapons for the ores, because you're going to go mining the ores. When the hell are you going to see a Phase Saber? When the hell are you going to make a Phase Saber? Yeah, I remember you, Mr. East. Yeah, we don't actually have an arms dealer. So we need to do that. Does the Pneumatic Horn count as a gun? I hope it counts as a gun. I guess we have bullets either way, so it won't matter. Okay, I'm gonna make some more red squares for Railgunner to shoot. The only weapon you forgot was the Hambat? Yeah, it's definitely the most forgettable weapon in the Don't Starve update. I don't know if it's the most forgettable item, because, like, Glommer's Flower is also, I forget Glommer's Flower exists all the time. It's a rare drop from Derplings in the, hard mode surface jungle during the day, which is when Derplings spawn. How about the smoke grenades that drop from the Pouty Girl? Smoke grenades don't do anything. You're talking about Pouty grenades. They're relatively obscure, but, like, the problem is we have to actually get the items, and getting those to drop is going to be a little bit annoying, so I'm not exactly keen on setting up the situation to farm a particle to spawn just to get very underwhelming grenades. If the particle spawns naturally, sure, we'll use them, but I'm not going to go out of my way to try for them. Yeah, these are the red squares for Railgunner over there to shoot at. To deal critical damage by targeting the enemy's weak point. Blowgun is awesome. Yeah, I mean, the blowgun is fine. It's not exciting, it's not interesting, but it did fine. Why didn't you craft lightning boots? Because I think we, like, just got the stuff for lightning boots, and my specter boots had a good reforge. Okay, there's the arm stealer. So, the way the pneumatic horn works, is it converts the bullets that you shoot into random pieces of debris, which have different travel distances and also deal different damage. Well, I'm using the flipper instead of the cloud in a bottle, because the flipper is a better reforge. And I was fighting Deerclops, which does not need vertical mobility in any sense whatsoever. I think the nail gun would be forgettable. We got a long way until we would even consider the nail gun. I'm not going to plan that far ahead. Okay, we could just do Skeletron tonight. Like, I'm pretty sure I just got the cloud in a bottle. And it didn't make sense to replace the flipper because, I just outright didn't have the, need for it, and it didn't have a good reforge, so. Okay. Pretty solid. We got Shadow Scale Mail. Put in work. Let me reforge the pneumatic one. Can I get Unreal? Looks like I can. I don't know if I'm going to spend the money on it. Okay, just absolute trash all around. Velocity and knockback isn't really that good. Damage and knockback is mediocre. Damage, speed, crit chance, minus knockback. I don't really care about knockback. We're fighting Skeletron, so that's solid. Let me get some potion buffs. The Ale Tosser? I mean... like, yeah, it's kind of obscure, but there are only so many weapons I can use. It's like a 1 in 8 drop from the Tavern Keep, and sitting here spending a bunch of time killing the Tavern Keep over and over for a not common drop isn't really something I want to do. Like, yeah, the Ale Tosser is kind of obscure, but I see the Ale Tosser way more than I see any of the other weapons I'm using. I get the Tavern Keep killed incidentally all the time. I see the Ale Tosser all the time. I don't use it, but it's not remotely forgettable to me. You rescue the Tavern Keep in the world, he dies, and then he drops the Ale Tosser and you see it. Ale Tosser would be kind of OP for the worm. Well, the Tavern Keep is a post-Eater of Worlds boss, so you wouldn't have that situation arise naturally. You'd only have it when going back to fight him again. Squid Games? No, no, no. No, that's Railgunner. That's not Squid Games. That's Railgunner, and those are the red squares. It's only Skeletron, so we don't really need a whole lot of... let me get a Swiftness potion. The Anchor? Maybe, I mean... like, I don't like planning ahead because I don't know what things are going to be like, so... like, the Anchor's a maybe, but I'm not gonna say, like, oh yeah, definitely the Anchor. I don't think the Anchor's very obscure. If you fish in hard mode, you're gonna find an Anchor. If you do any amount of serious fishing. Because it shows up all the time from iron crates. As opposed to something like the Obsidian Swordfish, which I think is a much more obscure fishing weapon. which is only fishable in hard mode lava fishing. Or something like the Bloodthorn, which is only a 1 in 8 drop from Hemogoblin chokes. Guess what? I don't know. I'm not good at guessing. Thumbnail fish sword is actually really good. Oh, I had a pylon here. I mean, it's alright. We used it. It put in work in the early game. It's fairly easy to obtain, which I think was the main selling point of it. And it's not about the weapon being bad, it's about it being forgettable. Are yo-yos forgettable? I don't really think they are. The problem is there are just so few yo-yos. Maybe some of the hard mode ones, like the Sheep, Code 2, and stuff like that, but I don't really think any of the pre-hard mode ones are. Book of Skulls? I don't think the Book of Skulls is very forgettable. Because, like, especially if you're in multiplayer, you're gonna see Book of Skulls with multiple people getting treasure bags from Skeletron. Oh, I don't have wood. Okay, there should be enough space. It's on the Skeletron. Is it nighttime yet? No, it's not. Music hasn't changed. There we go. Oh god, that was 8 damage. Okay, I mean, it's a bit annoying to aim, but the damage seems fine. Yeah, I mean, this could be a lot worse. This isn't bad at all. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fine. Phase blades are iconic. I think a lot of players, like, they're kind of cool, but they're fairly useless, and are worse than the other swords you would have at that point in time. And I think the Phase Blade is less memorable than the Phase Saber. We mostly made the Phase Blade to use it, with the intention of making the Phase Saber later, which is the hard mode upgrade. Yeah, I don't know what you guys were talking about. The Pneumatic Horn kind of kicks ass. Like, this is good. This is probably the best weapon that Deerclops drops. This is with, like, not the best reforge and, only using, like, bare musket balls. Sure, it's not super consistent and the aiming's a little bit odd, but... This is not bad at all. Who says this thing sucks? Where are they? That's just genuinely a good weapon. And they say luck potions. One, they're not a weapon. Two, I don't like fishing that much. Falcon Blade. The thing is, I don't want to spend a bunch of time fishing. If I have the option between a weapon that doesn't require a bunch of fishing and one that does, I'm going to choose the one that doesn't require a bunch of fishing. Yeah, like, that is genuinely just a good weapon for Skeletron. I mean, that was, what, like a 2.5 minute fight for Master Skeletron? If my aim was more on point, it probably would have gone a lot faster, because it took us a while. It took me a while to get in the rhythm of hitting the hands, because they were a bit faster and harder to hit, but yeah, the Pneumatic Horn's good. Like, if you did Deoclops as the first boss, and you got a Pneumatic Horn, that thing would carry you up to Skeletron. As opposed to something like the magic weapon, or the, or Lucy, or the Houndiashutius, the Weather Pain, that's the name. I feel like there was a not unreasonable chance that the people that were saying that Pneumatic Horn sucks just never used it. Because, like, it doesn't look very exciting. But there's just better options for all pre-ordered bosses and events, so, like, why use it? I don't agree at all. I mean, yeah, Lucy is a good axe. If you're fighting the Brain of Cthulhu, or Queen Bee, and, like, yeah, Skeletron, you can use a Molten Fury with Unholy Arrows, but honestly, the Pneumatic Horn was not that much worse than a Molten Fury with Unholy Arrows. Like, this thing did DPS. It struggled more with the hands, but, like, the single target DPS on Skeletron on his skull was very good. And I don't think Deoclops is that annoying to summon, and he's really not even that difficult. She's really not even that difficult. Now, I do think Deoclops is an annoying boss. But I think by far the Pneumatic Horn, something Bebo would do much better. I don't agree at all. I think the Bee's Knees is overrated as hell. And I'm not even saying that there are better options. I mean, I'm saying that people were saying the Pneumatic Horn was, like, very bad and sucked. And it doesn't. It doesn't. This is... I mean, this is the first time I've ever used this weapon, but it's genuinely good. think right now if I set up a wall of flesh, you can't think of any more weapons that are forgettable. I mean, Flower of Fire, Flame Lash, I think it'll be more interesting to, at the very least, get new weapons, because the whole point is to use underused weapons, and I don't want to just keep using the same weapons over and over. Flame Lash not forgettable. No, more so the Flower of Fire. Somebody just mentioned the Flame Lash, so I brought it up, but I don't really think it fits. Is that a turtle? No. Have you seen a turtle? Yeah, it's a snail. Lost Hydro Staff exists. The main problem with those is that getting them would be very, very annoying. And I also don't really know if any of the biome chests fit, just because they are very unique and people have an interest in them because they're like exotic and like cool, even if they're not very good. Medusa's head? Yeah, Medusa's head definitely would qualify. No feet cam. This is true. This is a factually correct piece of information. Let me give him eyes. And spiral. Okay. What was the tier 3 Old One's Army once? It was okay. The items from it? Need some antennas? Yeah, good point. He's really good at feeling things though, so he has big antennas. Oh, and this one has a present on top of it. How many hours? I think 4,863 last I checked. Okay, well, I want to get a shadow key. And an obsidian shield would be kind of cool too. Just because knockback community is quite nice. I won't need the Muramasa. Pick up this water candle though. That'll come in handy later. Okay, well that's the Muramasa. Where's Skeletron? I killed him. With the Pneumatic Horn. Like 10 minutes ago. And Pneumatic Horn, good weapon. Like, there's not really anyone to mince words about that. It's just good. That's awkward. Okay. Well, I'll release the Quivering Chest. I cannot, unfortunately, determine where the Obsidian Shield is here. And it's possible, I forget exactly how Biome Chest showing up works. I'm gonna guess this one. Okay, yeah, it was that one. So the dungeon generated this way, and then generated that. So Shadow Key. We got a Shadow Key. Are we done here? I guess I'll get an alchemy table. But I can't think of anything else I'd want here. Oh, I guess the mechanic. Yeah, we should pick her up. We could get the combat wrench. Where is she? There she is. You know, farming NPC is kind of annoying, but I think the combat wrench is at least interesting enough to warrant getting, as opposed to something like the exotic scimitar or stylish scissors or tragic umbrella, where they're just very lackluster and underwhelming. Blue Moon forgettable? I don't think any of the dungeon weapons are forgettable, except for maybe the Valor, which is the yo-yo. At this point, though, I'm just looking for the furniture. I'm not sure if I'm going to use any minions. Maybe if we had a pirate staff, I'd use one. But I want the alchemy table at least. Oh, I don't have a lucky horseshoe. I got one of those. Okay, I'll take a key. All yours are the same? For the most part, yeah. There are a couple that have mostly on-hit effects. But yeah. Functionally, almost all of them look the same. And the on-hit effect is really just a debuff. Sadly. Yeah, no. A lot of people were shit-talking the Pneumatic Horn yesterday. The Pneumatic Horn's pretty good. It shredded through Skeletron. It far and away performed better than all the other Geocloth weapons. And it's not, like, incredibly powerful, but it's substantially better than something like Geocloth's other drops. And it's pretty reasonable to use. What's your favorite free hard mode gun? I don't think it's quite on par with the Phoenix Blaster, but... It's definitely better than I would have expected. It's not good, it's just fun. Hey, Reptile. Okay. Guess I can sell you. I'd really like that alchemy table. It's just nice to have. I don't want to spend forever down here, though. I'd like to get a move on. We're gonna have to do a fair amount of farming to get, like, the Hambat later. Okay, there's an alchemy table. Okay. Yellets, is that forgettable? No, the Yellets drops all the time. If you're killing anything in the jungle, you're gonna get a Yellets. You're gonna get a dozen Yellets by accident. It's on Cobalt Shield. I like it a lot. I don't like knockback, and the Cobalt Shield eliminates knockback, so it's good. Alright, we need to do, use Pearlwood Bow. We're not in herd mode yet. We'll decide what to use when we get to herd mode. Okay. I'm gonna need to make some houses, or I want to make some houses down in the Underworld for a pylon. No, bones are a weapon. I've used bones before. Back in... what was it? Before 1.4, back when, the bone glove actually threw bones instead of... like, when it consumed the bone item in order to throw a projectile, I had used bones during some run. Maybe that was 1.4. I honestly don't remember. I don't remember when it was changed. I'm gonna put these binoculars away. They've just never been useful. Bones should be better. Yeah, they're pretty lackluster as is. Okay, let's go down to the Underworld. We're gonna need to get obsidian, and molten stuff. Yeah, again, the point of this isn't to use, possibly, bad weapons, strictly speaking. Like, if you want to see me play the game with bad weapons, you can watch the various very bad weapons that I've beaten the game with. Powerful short sword, lawnmower, flare gun, whatever. It's more just to use weapons that are forgettable and not used very often. Hey, Musketeer. It's going pretty well. Pneumatic Horn performed very well against Skeletron. I was quite surprised with that. And now we're at the point of considering what we want to use for the Wall of Flesh. And we've got a few options. There was the Combat Wrench from the Mechanic. There was the Flower of Fire. I don't want to use the Pneumatic Horn again. We use that for Skeletron, and it's fun to cycle weapons. You try to search for some unpopular weapons? I mean, you can, but whether or not it's going to have any impact on things. Like, I'll be honest, at this point, I've probably heard every weapon in the game said in chat over the course of today and yesterday. Not to mention, I should have just pulled up the wiki page on weapons to look at all of them. You consider a pickaxe a weapon? No. I mean, I would say things like thrown water, like unholy water that we used, I'd loosely consider a weapon, but not tools. First Fractal doesn't exist. Yeah, are there any other late pre-hard mode weapons that I didn't mention there? Because I feel like right now it's going to be between the Combat Wrench and the Flower of Fire. And maybe we get both of them. The Beanades count? Beanades are not forgettable. Beanades are probably the most overrated weapon in existence, but they are very far from forgettable. You would not believe how many times. Okay, okay. Never mind. Pivot. I love the chain knife. We're not going to use it for the Wall of Flesh, but... You asking if they count as a weapon? Yeah, they're a weapon. I mean, they're basically grenades. But, like, I'm not going to use grenades. Yeah, I like the chain knife a lot. The problem is it's quite a rare drop, and it's outclassed pretty quickly. So it's not useful all the time. Yeah, I was thinking about the cannon. It's fun to use, though. Deal melee damage? Yeah. The Hornet Staff forgettable? No. Yeah, the chain knife is, like, pretty decent, too. Like I said, back when I played 1.3 a lot, I think I would get the chain knife a lot for early expert mode. Which I think was more just getting luck. Okay, we did get a Pouty Girl, so we could get Pouty Grenades. Maybe we do a little NPC grinding to get Pouty Grenades and the Combat Wrench. Because those two are at least interesting enough to warrant using. Flower of Fire? Yeah, Flower of Fire was one of the things we had considered. And I do have a Shadow Key. Are the hard mode all repeaters forgettable? No. They're considered as bad. I wouldn't consider them bad. Keybrand? No, not my boy the Keybrand. Don't do my boy Keybrand dirty like that. Also, we use the Keybrand during Dance Pad only. Or Dance Pad Hardcore Expert Mode. I don't know why I said Dance Pad only. I guess it's technically true, but... Hardcore Expert Dance Pad Terraria, I use the Keybrand. And it being a remix weapon swap with the Traveling Merchant, I feel like makes it... Go for Obsidian Swordfish? Bat Bat. Oh, sorry, Hand Bat, not Bat Bat. I might get the Obsidian Swordfish. I don't know yet, but I think Hand Bat is much more obscure. Forgettable. Okay, that's the Underworld. Let me make a little house here. What class do you think is the most forgettable weapons? Like, are you asking, like, in sheer number? Because it has to be melee. Because melee has, I'm pretty sure, far and away the most weapons in the game, and most of them are just random forgettable things. Like, Mage has a lot of weird weapons, but in terms of just sheer volume of weapons, it's gotta be melee. Is the Sheik forgettable? I think it's pretty forgettable. Sheik is actually smart, you don't see anyone using it. Yeah, the problem is, at a certain point, like, there are just... We cannot use every weapon in the game. That's forgettable, because there are too many of them. So there's a bit of just picking and choosing what we want to do. Would Gladius be forgettable? I don't really think it is. Mushroom Spear? The Truffle's weapons are fairly forgettable, yeah. Mushroom Spear and the Hammush. Hammush is, I think, intended as a tool, but... That magic lamp and that guitar thing Empress drops? The Stellar Tune? I don't think the Stellar Tune is forgettable. And the magic lamp, the Spirit Lamp? I mean, when I was playing Mage, people were suggesting the Spirit Lamp all the time. I don't think it's very obscure. Is it nighttime? Yeah, it is. Move the Goblin and the mechanic down here. Oh, and the die trader. Better prices. Pro tip, goblin mechanic die trader. Gives you really good goblin prices. Outside looks something specific? Yeah, that's a worm, like an inchworm going upward. Like this is the worm's head, and this is the inch part of its body, and that's the bottom of it there. I thought that was obvious, but... Thank you, Gree. Okay. Let's kill some NPCs. We got lava down here, so... Well, I think Valor would work pretty well. I already left the dungeon. I don't plan on going back to it. Hey, Eduardo. Dark Lance? Maybe. I mean, I think there are better options in terms of forgettableness than the Dark Lance. Oh, thank you, Jack. Welcome. I think these can be a little bit bigger. From this. Alright, green candy cane. I think potions are underused by most Terraria players. I don't know. I'm not most Terraria players. I can't really tell you what most Terraria players do. Bonus potion has a weapon or a buff. I would consider them a buff, not a weapon. Okay, these are the two I want to kill, so... Let me get... I'll just make a grand design, because... Simplicity. Enough wire. Actually, will it? I'll get a couple more. Get some actuators here. And a switch. And a mechanical ruler. And a mechanical lens, yeah. Tinkerer's Workshop. Multicolor wrench. Grand design. So weapon that's forgettable, but you can't remember it. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? No, I want a normal... Oh, wait. Why? Oh, it's the mechanical ruler. That was the problem. When no tools, no weapons, no achievements, hardcore legendary playthrough? Tomorrow. Come. Turned 23 today? Nice. I remember when I turned 23. Do it in a 3-wide tunnel. When next Rain World playthrough? I don't know. I don't have any plans to it at this moment. Yeah, so we'll find. Okay, switch down. Okay, well there's the combat bench immediately. Block corruption shed with the minimum width of a tunnel to block it? I don't know. I don't have a block corruption spread. Okay. We did not get happy grenades. Well, we'll see if we get happy grenades later. Yeah, the minimum width to prevent a tile from corrupting a nearby tile isn't that large. I think it's like 3 blocks or something. But the problem is that grass will grow vines or thorns, and the thorns are able to corrupt things. So you need to make it long enough so that the thorns can't grow far enough to corrupt something, or you just need to stop the thorns from growing with like ropes or changing the block on the outside or something. But I don't really ever do that, so. Okay, so combat wrench. Not great range. Let's go loot some shadow chests. See if we can get a flower of fire. Or is it sometimes YouTube randomly decides you can't send messages anymore, you can in another account? I don't know. The combat wrench pierce? I don't know. We'll have to see. Could be good for the wall of flesh if it does pierce. Bunnies attached to dynamite? I don't think that's obscure at all. For the woody exists. Get a health forge. Water walking potion's nice. No, it doesn't look like it pierces. It was hitting the voodoo demon a couple of times, though. It's interesting. Okay, Dark Lance. I'll consider it. I don't know the last time I saw someone use the Dark Lance. It inflicts Shadow Flame now. We're gonna have a lot of options for the Wall of Flesh here, because pretty much every melee weapon just gets grossly outclassed by the Knight's Edge. Wouldn't quad barrel shotgun be forgettable? I don't think it's forgettable at all, because it used to be incredible before they switched it to post Skeletron. Okay, some Fire Blossom. Wedge time? Nah, I'm gonna do some Hellstone mining and try to get that Flower of Fire first. Okay, well there's the Flower of Fire. Demonic Hellcat Outreach Potion. Okay, we're already like super over. Okay, the Flower of Fire does not go through platforms. That is interesting. Huh. Just saying the name tags it. It only shows up for the person who is being tagged. Oh god, and it doesn't have any piercing or anything? Ugh. Yeah, no wonder nobody uses this thing. Okay. Well, I will try to get happy grenades. No luck with the happy grenades. And the Crystal Serpent? I don't think the Crystal Serpent is obscure at all. We got another combat bench, though. Or the Fire Magic Missile, the Flame Lash? I don't think the Flame Lash is very forgettable or obscure. Fetid Bagnecks? Fetid Bagnecks aren't forgettable at all. Fetid Bagnecks are incredible. Falcon Blade? I don't feel like fishing, and we already have a bunch of weapons to use. Okay, I'm gonna retire the Pneumatic one. And the blowgun. Mostly because I want to stop picking up seeds. Okay, see you, Reptile. We got a Voodoo Doll. Why are you in here? That was a cane from the tax collector. The reason I'm going for the combat bench and powder grenades is because they're at least slightly more interesting than broadsword type weapon or short sword type weapon, which most of the NPC drops are. Dark Lance is crazy good after they changed it. I never really see anybody using it because I still think it's super outclassed by the Knight's Edge. I'm probably not going to use it on the Wall of Flesh, but it does seem pretty good. What about the Knight's Edge? True, the Knight's Edge is pretty underrated and forgettable. The Ale Tosser? I just didn't feel like killing the Tavern Keep. Like I said, there are only so many weapons I can use, and right now, we have multiple. Like, I'm gonna use the Combat Wrench and the Flower of Fire. Proximity Mine Launcher, it's the second time I've said it like that, isn't forgettable at all. It's the only consistently obtainable rocket, and is the best option for spreading liquids if you don't have other rockets. Like I said, I don't think I'm going to use the Dark Lance on the wall. I'm probably going to use the Flower of Fire and the Combat Wrench, but I'd like to at least use it. A little bit. Being better than the Knight's Edge is really saying something. Man, these happy grenades just do not want to drop. Okay, let's do a little Hellstone mining. Actually, no, Superior's fine. How much is this worth? 59 silver? That's alright. So I need obsidian for obsidian skin potions. Let's get some of that. My most favorite thing about the game? Phoenix Blaster. Will they sell them if you got them from killing her? Yeah. If you have them in your inventory, you can buy them. They're like dry bombs from the Demolitionist. You can auto-target on controller? Yeah. From my understanding, the auto-targeting kind of sucks. Oh, a Phoenix Blaster? I like it. I don't know. It's just a gun. So? The perfect weapon is just a gun that shoots bullets. And does so consistently and effectively. And the Phoenix Blaster does that. But melee sword is good post Yaron? I mean, isn't that like when the Murasama becomes available? True melee has pain? Yeah, but the Murasama has a bunch of range. Auto target on PC if you have control effect. I don't want to auto target though, because the auto targeting isn't good. The portal gun and Rod of Discord. Rod of Discord is awful. Bad opinion. Can't do Yaron with Muramasa. Summer. Auto targeting is good with something like the chain gun. I don't agree. It's not hard to aim with a mouse. Knight's Edge, slightly overrated. It's shit against Destroyer. Yeah, well, considering it's a pre-hard mode weapon and the Destroyer was a hard mode boss, there was a point in time where the Knight's Edge was a lot better against the Destroyer. Remember, it was nerfed. After it was reworked, which made it considerably worse against the Destroyer. But before it was nerfed, it did, you know, pull its weight against the Destroyer. What about the teleport hook? I hate that more than the Rod of Discord, because that one is actively bad, as a hook. I like hooks a lot. If you paid attention during that Skeletron fight when I was fighting him earlier, I was basically constantly using hooks and using them to adjust my momentum and things like that, and the Hook of Dissonance is completely unable to do that. It is by far the worst hook in the game. Now, if you want to use it for something that hooks are not, like, if you want to use it for non-hook activities, like, if you don't want a hook, you just want something to teleport you a short distance, then sure, it's fine. But if you want a hook, it's awful. It's by far the worst hook in the game, because you can't use it as a hook. It doesn't allow you to do what hooks do. And I like doing what hooks do, so something that prevents that is not good. Build the Dark Lance. Web slinging used to be so bad? Yeah. It did. Okay. Maybe one more shot. What is the drop rate on Happy Grenades? Ever played Terraria Overhaul? No. 25%? The hell is a Happy Grenade? It's dropped by the Party Girl. It's basically just a worse grenade that explodes with confetti. Okay. Some obsidian skins. Let's get some Hellstone. Let's do some mining potions. Yeah. Isn't the anchor pretty good? I don't think the anchor is particularly good, no. Remember, it's a hard mode item, not a pre-hard mode one. Happy is meant to be meme weapons. Yeah. I'd see a Drained Sherwood. Nah, the pre-hard mode anchor equivalent would be like the Falcon Blade, because that's what you get from iron chests, or iron crates. Yeah, if the anchor was pre-hard mode, it might be a lot better, because it has really high base damage, and can be obtained early, but for a hard mode weapon, it's pretty unremarkable. Weird how Pouty Bullet's the outlier among confetti items. Yeah, I mean, I think the main reason Pouty Bullets are even remotely noteworthy is because they can be obtained pre-hard mode if you go through a lot of hoops. If they were hard mode only, they would not be an outlier, because compared to hard mode bullets, they're awful, but because you can get them pre-hard mode and they are balanced around being a hard mode item, because they're meant to be crafted with empty bullet casings, they are actually noteworthy. What are the weapons I'm gonna get? I don't know. I haven't decided that. We'll figure it out when we get there. I know I'm gonna get the Hambat, but aside from that, I don't know. So Pigron spawning in hard mode is, when you're in a hybrid, either corrupt or hollow Avern layer snow biome. Yeah. That's their... They have any other requirements, like needing to spawn on corrupt blocks, or... Depends on Palladium armor. Eh. It's fine, but, if I'm mining for armor, it takes very little effort to get one of the better armor sets, so I don't typically make it that often. And if I'm not mining for armor, I will probably just fight the mech bosses with whatever armor I have and skip straight to hollow. So, it's meh. So they forgot that pig runs exist? Yeah, and they also drop a weapon. Hambat. It's like a 1 in 25 drop or something. Are Pigrons related to Fishron? Duke Fishron is just like a shitpost boss. I think the reason he was added was just, they were like, oh hey, what if we just combined a bunch of things? Because somebody had made a joke about it. Reasons to go to the underground snow / desert in hard mode. Desert in particular. Might get the Flower of Frost as well, since we'll be in the underground snow biome for a while farming stuff. I mean, I think the problem with Duke Fishron is that Terraria is not a game that really... Like, if you fight Duke Fishron early, the entire game falls apart. Because his loot is just so incredibly unbalanced compared to everything else, which, usually isn't fun. Like, fighting him early on as a challenge can be really fun, but then the point after that, where you have the loot, usually just makes the entire game up to the cultist to push over, because his loot is just so grossly overpowered compared to everything else. Like how he's bouncing like the colossal squid. No, okay, at least... If Duke Fishron was balanced like the colossal squid, I would go to Relogic and just punch Red in the face. Okay, at least they actually give you something for fighting him, unlike Calamity Mod, where if you decide to fight something really difficult early, you just get nothing. Like, why even let me fight him, if you're not going to give me anything for it? You know, at least Duke Fishron does reward you, and it's nice. You know, that reward is a cool thing that you can get, but I don't think it's fun to do. Especially in, like, repeated playthroughs, because you know, early hard mode and mid-hard mode, I feel like is one of the more fun stages in the game. And you kind of just ruin that entire stage, which is why I'm not a fan of it. You're so glad you don't drown in lava anymore? One of the 3 things you dislike about Calamity is that things just inexplicably start dropping from enemies after a boss you defeated with usually no indicator that they changed. Yeah. Well, my favorite part about that fact is the colossal squid and the other, like, deep abyss creatures start by dropping nothing except, like, some money, and I think the squid drops squid ink. And then at a point in time, you get a message that's like, hey, something's going on in the abyss. So you're like, okay, so if I kill these enemies, they'll drop something now. And no, they don't. You need to wait for the second message that indicates something's going on in the abyss before they actually drop the item. And it's not like you could use the item that drops anyway. At least, I know some of them dropped weapons, but there was, like, the Reaper Shark teeth or something, that, like, you can't even craft anything with until later in the game. So, like, why not let it drop it earlier? It's supposed to be post-Moonlord? I mean, I fought them in pre-hard mode. The game let me do it. Like, I think if you let the player do a challenge like that, you should reward the player. Like, if you let them sequence break and do something early. But letting them sequence break and do something early for nothing, or, like, have some challenge like that, I think is just kind of lame. Because, like, it's not like... They don't serve... Them being accessible doesn't really serve a purpose. They're just kind of there, and there's not really any reason that they wouldn't drop things until later. Like, why can't I get this shark's teeth? What about this shark's teeth is different? It's not like, you know, the poltergeist essence stuff. And hell, if the player does something difficult and gets a reward for it, you know, I don't think... if you want things to be non-linear and have sequence breaks, you kind of have to be accept that things are going to be unbalanced. They're only there to prevent you from going there earlier. But, like, you die from the abyss. With, like, the crush depth thing. They're not really preventing you from doing anything, and there's also, like, nothing down there. It's the same in Rainworld, Lizard drops nothing, though. That's not comparable. A game that actively is balanced around getting items and rewarding the player for challenges, as opposed to a survival game where your objective is to survive, and killing things that want to kill you gives you the reward of them not killing you, is very different. And there are rewards. You get passages for them. You get Dragon Slayer. You get Outlaw. You can get Reputation with Scavs. And if you're playing one of the predatory select cats, you get a meal. You know, Rainworld doesn't really have the concept of killing things for rewards as often, aside from, like, vultures, or if a scav is a particularly nice item. The reward is usually the enemy being dead, or just having fun. Both weapons from the thumbnail. I made the thumbnail in 5 minutes yesterday because I wanted a thumbnail for the stream. Like, I'm sorry, if you showed me a weapon in Terraria, I would also remember it, because I know every weapon in the game. But that doesn't make them not forgettable. Like, remembering them when you see a picture of them versus remembering them just off the fly is a different thing. Our Shellstone is too much. I was just going to my mining potion war. You can craft the Reaper Shark Tooth necklace post-Plantera if you beat a Reaper Shark early. Craft a Tinker's Workshop with the Sand Shark necklace, Reaper Teeth, and Depth Cells. Yeah, I think that's why I wanted to kill Reaper Jokes, is for that. And, like, it's not like that would be particularly unbalancing. Why not let me do it? Like, sure, it's a good accessory, but you also have to kill a difficult enemy for it, and it's an accessory. It's not, like, super unbalancing. Killing lizards makes how to lizards. Terraria doesn't really reward killing that much. No, and not killing things is kind of the point. The game teaches you to, you know, prioritize avoidance rather than direct conflict. But again, just because a different game has a different design philosophy doesn't make the two comparable. Like, you can't compare balance and gameplay decisions in Rainworld with those in Terraria. They're just very, very different games. Only running is a boring way to play Rainworld? I didn't say you should play Rainworld that way. I said the game teaches you to do that because that is the safer way to do things. And it doesn't reward you, so you don't... So it doesn't incentivize that behavior unless you're doing predatory slug counts. Okay, Wall of Flesh Bridge. Builder potion. New Powder Gold motor time? Yeah, we could drop her in. Hold on. Still no happy grenades. The difference between spearmint and peppermint? I don't know. Probably. So there's some kind of like double hitting thing that the... I think... Hold on. Yeah, so the combat wrench, I think, pierces on its way back. And so because of that, it can do like a double hitting thing. Like, that hit that thing like 4 times. Is the ice cycle obscure? I don't know what you're talking about. The ice sickle? I don't think it's particularly obscure. Not as obscure as something like the Flower of Frost or the Hambat in the snow biome. Man, the Flower of Fire sucks. Don't all boomerangs infinite pierce on the way back? This one seems to have a particular... At the edge of its range, it will multi-hit things. That is atypical of boomerangs. Like, yes, all boomerangs infinite pierce on the way back, but something about this, it keeps causing multi-hits at, like, a certain range. I mean, that hit that thing a lot. Flower Fire isn't that obscure. Okay, if you don't like the weapons I'm using, you're more than welcome to do the challenge yourself. I think it is. Hey, Snoop Chick. Hey, Rawel? Rawel? I don't actually know how to pronounce that. You were here yesterday. I just don't think I ever actually tried to pronounce your name. Okay, we got another power to go. We can dump her in lava. Strangely, the Combat Wrench wiki page says it will pierce multiple targets before returning. Like, that's not typical boomerang behavior. Nor is this. So it has some kind of piercing thing going on. But I don't know how it works exactly. It's pretty good. The flower of fire? No, it isn't. Or the combat wrench. The combat wrench has been pretty solid. Oh, the boomerang? Yeah. Yeah, it actually, like, the piercing on the return trip isn't as good as the piercing when it's at, like, a certain range. It's particularly on those slimes. If you see what it's doing, it's, like, hovering in the air for a sec, and it's knocking the slime back and forth into it repeatedly. So it's hitting it, like, 4 times. It doesn't statically stop once it hits an enemy, it exponentially slows down and then returns. Good night again, John and Short. Don't all move swings also have it at the end, maybe that stacks with the Pierce. I am your fire. Like I cook your food? What does that mean? The one that, oh. Hello there, person with a Korean name. Least likable YouTube creator, judging only by their content. I don't watch people on YouTube. Especially I don't watch people that I don't like. So I can't answer that question. Like, I don't really watch many people on YouTube to begin with, and if I did watch people, I would only watch people I like. So I couldn't tell you who I don't like. SS Sniper Wolf, I vaguely know who she is. I don't know. She's like that girl in thumbnails that I think doxed that one guy, but... All boomerangs have it at the end of their range of combat, which is designed to their outs when inside the enemy hitbox. Okay. I probably opened a random YouTube video at least once. Yeah, but to expect me to remember, like, a specific... Oh, man, I absolutely hated this YouTuber. Very explicitly, you know, judging their content. I don't like this person. Unless you mean talking about, like, SS Sniper Wolf or something, in which case, no, I never watch most of their videos. Trust me, I'm very good at not clicking on things. I mean, there are definitely some people that are, like, jackasses or things like that. Like, you can definitely do pretty shitty things. Imagine using your audience... I don't know who this person is, Time Death. What do you... What? And no, there are definitely YouTubers that, like, abuse their audience, especially those with younger audiences, doing very inappropriate things with minors. That is definitely a thing that people do. And I would consider that substantially worse than doxing someone. Yeah, I mean, Combat Wrench is doing pretty good work. I wouldn't say it's, you know, incredible. It's nowhere near the Knight's Edge, but it's, please don't spam song though, Snoop Chick. Terraria YouTuber? What did they I've never heard of this person. What did they do? You have way too much free time and you really don't ever have to work again, so you just watch 20 hours of YouTube a day? That sounds very unhealthy. Are there, like, hobbies you could pick up, or other things you could do? Because I'll be honest, that just sounds like an addiction. If all you do is just sit at home watching YouTube all day. Well, I imagine the 20 hours a day was an exaggeration. But... I feel like there are healthier things to do than that. Not trust me. I'm not going to tell you to live your life. I just feel like that doesn't sound like a very healthy situation. And I think doing other things with your time would be more satisfying or fun. But I mean, it's your life. You can live it how you want. There's this thing called Isaac Let's Plays. Let me tell you, the episode count goes up. What? Oh, did you mean the... I thought you were saying it's not an addiction. But are you saying that it's not an exaggeration watching 20 hours a day? Furry ass bitch. But like you censored the word bitch. Interesting choice. I don't know what that is, Snoop Jake. Hey, yo, furry. I am not a furry. I need to break it to you. There are plenty of things you could call me. Furry isn't one of them. Keep getting it default to top chat? Yeah. What did you call me? I mean, I have a name. It's a channel. No. You're conflating, like, Nekomimi characters with furry characters. Something having mild, animal features, like cat or dog or fox ears or a tail or something, does not make it a furry. I don't know what you're talking about, but please don't, say random things in all caps, that don't really have much bearing on what we're talking about. Kinda just comes across as spam. Colonize Venus, upper temperate clouds, or Mars? Mars. I think the Dark Lance is forgettable. We picked it up because a bunch of people mentioned, hey, I don't remember that weapon that much. I've barely used the Dark Lance, it's mostly just been sitting in my inventory. Again, if you don't like the way I'm doing this, you are more than welcome to play the game yourself, how you want to. We don't need to define what furries are, or have this conversation be dictated by one person who just came into chat and said, furry ass bitch. Okay, you two need to stop. Spamming random things, like I asked you to. You just make an observation. Don't know, don't care, Vax. You know, I mean, we picked up the Dark Lance because I was looting Shadow Chest looking for a Flower of Fire, which is far more forgettable. And then we picked up a Dark Lance, and I was like, hey. I never really used the Dark Lance. I feel like it gets super glossed over in comparison to the Knight's Edge, so I'll pick it up, use it a bit. Did I not equip that obsidian shield? I guess I just put it back in the chest, huh? Like the Dark Lance, wish it was stronger. I mean, it's pretty good. From what I can tell, it does pretty solid damage. It's got good knockback. It's got good range. I'd see it, NSS. Like how Calamity buffs pretty much every true melee weapon quite substantially. It needs a nerf at this point? That's a bold statement. I mean, I take issue with using the word viable outside of competitive games, because like basically every weapon in Terraria is viable. There's no PvP, it's a single player game. Viability is determined by, can you do, you know, beat things with this weapon? And the answer 99% of the time is yes. It's just more difficult with certain weapons. The weapon's still viable though. Viable isn't a measure of, is this thing good? It's, is it possible? Is it plausible? And yeah, it is. You know, in competitive context, viability means, is it possible to do well against other players who are competing against you with optimal builds? And that's a much higher metric to judge against with viability. But in a single player game, viability is just, can you do it? And the answer is yeah. You can even beat the game with the sand gun. The sand gun isn't bad. I mean, if we're talking about beating the game with bad weapons, I have beaten the game with a flare gun, copper, short sword, and lawnmower. All of which are... They do need time pausing to make the mech bosses possible, but other than that, are completely viable. And strictly speaking, you don't even need to pause time anymore because of the Don't Dig Up seed, which removes time limits from bosses. So on the Don't Dig Up seed, it's just outright possible. There's no qualifications to that statement. Good for you, PL Productions. What's the 1%? Any weapon... So, strictly speaking, on the Don't Dig Up seed, the only things in Terraria that would not be viable to beat the game with are things that could not kill the Wall of Flesh on Classic, which is an incredibly low bar to cross. The Lawnmower barely managed to kill the Wall of Flesh on Classic. It was very close. We used almost the entirety of a large world, along with using an exploit to increase the rate of healing that I got from Heart Statues. I'm sure there are things in the game that would not be able to deal that DPS. Or if you were on smaller worlds, and you literally just didn't have the space to do it. What about Hero Shield? We're not going to get a Hero Shield. This is a Corruption world. Wrench sometimes sends enemies like flying towards me when they get knocked back. My horde mode weapon choice going to be? I mean, I plan to get the handbat. Past that, I don't know. Figure it out when we get there. Problem is, handbat's not really super usable against most of the mech bosses. So whether or not we can actually use it against bosses is a different question. Please speak English, please. Are banana makes forgettable? No, not remotely. They are just a very good melee weapon after their rework. Like a Toxic Hope in Horde mode? I don't have any plans to. I don't think Toxic Hope's particularly forgettable. Using Obsidian Swordfish? I thought about it. Still might do it, but... if I were to do that, what would happen is I would make a pool of lava in the snow biome to fish in, and we would just fish it up there while we were farming pigrons and things like that. I think I might use the Flower of Frost against the twins. What about Crystal Serpent? I don't think the Crystal Serpent's very forgettable. Okay. I want to, okay, Obsidian Rose. The weapons I have are quite bad. So, I feel like we're going to need a larger than my cat boy from PJ Masks. I don't know what that means. The Sheik. Lava pools are in the loot pool for shadow chests. Okay, a magma stone. That's not bad. Boss staff is very forgettable. Yeah, I don't think it's very forgettable. It drops from a fairly wide array of enemies. Crystal Serpent is the weapon you think of when you think of mage. Yeah, I don't think it's forgettable. Problem is, what's forgettable for one person isn't going to be as forgettable for another person, so there's a degree of, you know, personal bias to everything. Glorified Saber pre-plant Terror. Could do it. Use the door desync glitch to get the Terror Blade. That seems... are you watching me play the game right now? Because that seems to reflect a lack of understanding of the world around you in a way that I don't think can be rectified with a basic explanation. As that would require shocking ignorance of the challenge that I'm currently doing. There's no reason to go to the hard mode snow biome. Ice feathers, frost cores. Wolf mount. Having your base be there. Okay, we'll work with this much space for the time being. We might need more, we might need less. Alright, I'll sell these dark lances. Emerald, Frost Staff, Ice Sickle, Ice Feather, Frozen Turtle Shell. I wouldn't consider any of those forgettable. Oh, unless you're saying those are the reasons to get it. My favorite ore? Platinum's pretty cool. Platinum round was really nice to get. That's Abomination House. That's Railgunner from Risk of Rain 2. These and I both mirrors and recalls. Recall potions are faster. I feel like it. I don't know. Ice Bow, Frostbow, and Flower Frost 2 from Ice Mimics. Okay, yeah, but those things all suck. Backs. Those last 3 from Ice Mimics. If you're going to the snow biome for a Flower of Frost, I feel very bad for you. Mechanical Coat versus Plantera. The Mechanical Coat's not forgettable. I mean, I would consider the Flower of Frost forgettable. Ice Bow, I don't think it is, by virtue of, being a remix seed weapon swap. Frostbrand, I don't think is particularly forgettable, as that is the one remotely usable Ice Mimic drop. I'm planning on beating get fixed on a dance pad? No. I am bisexual, I am not gay. Alright, let's go see how the Wall of Flesh goes. Take the combo bench and the Flower of Fire. Make a, magic power potion. I'm just kind of tired of this. Taking potion's pretty nice to have. Coin gun? Coin gun is not forgettable at all. Disagree there. Is that a heart reach potion somewhere? Yeah. Marrow? I don't think the marrow is particularly forgettable. Okay. Let's, Wall of Flesh. Okay. Okay, Obsidian Shield. That's nice. Cloud. Okay. Let's see if we get a better flat. Oh, that's expensive. Okay, mythical though. That's pretty nice. Superior's fine. Damage and knockback. Shadow Flame Hexstall. Some up for the Old One's Army. Yes, I think the tier 2 Old One's Army, the ogre stuff, is pretty forgettable. We'll probably get some of those. I guess we go with this. I'm really not sure how... I'm gonna expand this arena more. I feel like we're gonna need more space than this. Because my damage is not good. And maybe I'm wrong. I'll go with another maybe 500 blocks. Shouldn't take too long to do. And then we'll go for the Wall of Flesh. I use the Lance on the Wall of Flesh. No. I'm going to use the Flower of Fire on the Combat Bench. Sleepy Hawkspot is hilariously bad. Yeah. Well, the Ghastly Glaive is also something that the Ogre apparently drops. I remember the Sleepy Octopod, but I never remember the Ghastly Glaive. Actually, I think on the right side we have Glaive and the bow, yeah. And I think he has one other weapon, too. Yeah, the Tome of Infinite Wisdom. Kind of mediocre, but it's so cool. Or we can see how it pans out. We will do the Ogre. We will get some of his drops. I think maybe we'll go to the snow biome. Also, oh yeah, Brand of the Inferno. Yeah. Brand of the Inferno is at least memorable because it has the parrying mechanic, which is very unique. Just to that and the Sergeant United shield. We'll do the Ogre? Yeah, we're playing in Goblin Pictures of Ogres. I feel like it's kind of implied, you know? Yeah, I think we're past the point of the houses showing up here, so it should be pretty smooth sailing to, We don't agree on Staff of Infinite Wisdom. What don't we agree on? It being forgettable? The Tome of Infinite Wisdom is not remotely forgettable. It's, like, iconic mage cheesing destroyer weapon. It's far and away, I think, the best mage weapon for destroyer. Yeah, it's good for invasions, too. You can call it iconic, but it's not forgettable by any means. I mean, I think in conversations about cheesing the Destroyer, the Tome of Infinite Wisdom always comes up. And is almost always, like, the easiest weapon to cheese the Destroyer with. In terms of just insta-killing it as soon as it spawns. The only other things that come close are like the Superstar Shooter. Things like the Drippler Crippler are much more difficult to set up. Would the Bloodthorn count as forgettable? Yeah, I think it would. It's very rarely used, at least. We don't have any Bloody Tears, though, and whether or not we'll get a Blood Moon to fish up Hemogoblin Sharks is questionable. The Gungnir is also kind of good for the Destroyer. It's nowhere near the Tome of Infinite Wisdom. And how many of those one-tick kills on Terraria bosses are still possible? It's tough because most of the iframe things were patched. I imagine you could still do things with lances. Because you just get obscenely high speeds. Queen Bee, you could probably set up a one-tick kill with by having her ram into a bunch of damaging hitboxes. Because she'll get iframes from separate ones. Okay. Sure. Let's see how this goes. but it's also dynamite cheesable. It's completely different. Boy. Getting through these hungry is kind of tough. Flower of fire. Okay, I think Flower of Fire is gonna put in more work here than the combat wrench. Man, but it's completely missing the wall of flesh. God, Flower of Fire, you suck. All these weapons suck. At least for something like this. Okay, now we can at least. Okay, when it actually hits, the damage is decent. Does this change how much it bounces? Okay, it changes how much it bounces based on... Okay, so we can manipulate it with this. Maybe we just have to do that. Something like this. It's not great by any means, but more usable. Almost halfway there. We might need to make a bigger arena. We'll see. Okay. I cannot take hungries on master mode. Like, that's not it. It's not a thing. You can't do that. At least not for any sustained period of time. And the combat wrench doesn't have the DPS to eat these hungries. These things do like 70-something damage a hit. You can tank them on Classic, but only on Classic. Those numbers not that good. Well, I mean, you can get like 70 defense. Pre-wall of flesh. Most of your defense is coming from your accessories and buffs and things. But, like, again, that only works on Classic. You know, the Dark Lance is able to keep hungries knocked back. I imagine, similar to the Knight's Edge. That's not tanking. That's managing them with knockback. Yeah, we need a bigger arena. We just don't have the damage for this. Okay. You can tank them for like 20 seconds, which is good enough to kill it with a lance with a tank build. Okay, well, we're not using the Dark Lance, so that's completely irrelevant. We are using the Combat Wrench and the Flower of Fire, which, I hate to break it to you, do not have the same DPS potential as the Dark Lance, and the strategy you would use with the Dark Lance, which is entirely focused on out-DPSing the Wall of Flesh, is not applicable here. Yeah, we just need more space. That was completely sustainable. We just didn't have enough space. Combat Wrench is really bad. Flower of Fire is much better for this fight. I need to be able to make the Flower of Fire bounce a bit more. Thank you, Iron Break. You're saying that you can tank it on Master Mode? I disagree. I don't think that's tanking it. I think that's out DPSing it. Have the Mana Flower and just spam Flower? No, I think that would be a worse idea. This thing eats through mana. and I would rather just use a mana regen potion and intersperse it with combat wrenches to deal with the other things. Because the problem is the Flower of Fire has no piercing whatsoever. This is softcore. All it has is decently high damage, and using the combat wrench to deal with like the worm hungry and things like that, while the mana regens, that's been working out pretty well. You got Pouty Girl. I mean, the Pouty Girl just shows up. One of the Flower of Fire performs on Don't Dig Up. I don't know. I know the Trident performs pretty well. Since it replaces the flower. And actually has piercing, which is pretty good. I think the Flower of Fire would be more usable if it dealt a bit less damage outright, but actually bounced off of things. Like enemies, to give it some kind of crowd control. Because the main thing you need weapons from Shadow Chests to do is deal with multiple targets, and the Flower of Fire just can't do that. So if it did, like, less damage but bounced, a little bit, I think that would make it more appealing. Problem is, I don't think the Flower of Fire does believe in itself. I sure as hell don't. Although it did do better than the combat wrench, which is pretty solid. Why are there ads for Christmas when it's over? I don't know. Somebody paid for ads to run over a certain space of time, and maybe it was just like the month of December, and when December is over, they'll stop running the ad, but they paid for the whole month. I don't know how the advertising thing works exactly. I saw that YouTube has, like, the framework for creators to buy ads. Like, in, like, the creator homepage, there's, like, a whole tab for, like, advertising yourself on YouTube and, like, buying ads with them. Still bringing? I don't know what that means. Yeah, we definitely can kill the Wall of Flesh with what we have now. It's just, we need more space and to use that space better. So I'm just going to put down all the planter boxes I have now, then that should be fine. It is nice that the Flower of Fire bounces off planter boxes, because that makes it actually able to hit the wall. If it didn't bounce off planter boxes, this would be a lot tougher. Because we'd have to get a lot closer. And the combat wrench just could not get through the hungry. I didn't have the damage for it at all. Yeah, it's came after Black Friday. I mean, Black Friday is at, like, the end of Thanksgiving, which is not that far from the beginning of December, so that's too weird. Hey, Jackson. Why am I not using meteor armor for more damage? Because I didn't make it. I don't know. Hey, Callie. Hey, Jokey. Okay. So, I think I'm getting a better feel on how to utilize the Flower of Fire. You have to try to put... You want spaces for the things to bounce off of, and you also need to put some momentum into it by being off the air in the first place. What about using mounts like the slime mount for damage? I don't need to do that. There's little rhyme or reason to anything companies do. They'll put on census ads by pure laziness. If a legislature recently decided to waiver to agree to COVID risk, the page asserted there is currently no cure, treatment, or vaccine. I mean, I think generally it's pretty easy to understand why a company does something, which is that unilaterally it is just in the pursuit of a profit, and sometimes the reasoning for obtaining that profit is wildly off, or they just do very stupid things in the pursuit of that, or like with advertising at weird times, or waivers that make no sense. But it's usually just, could somebody at the company have thought this would have made them more money? How's it going? Any surprisingly good weapons? So we've used quite a few different weapons. The purple clubberfish performed surprisingly well. Poison throwing knives were also pretty decent. Unholy water, which is the thrown water that spreads corruption, is unbelievably bad, and just has no purpose to exist. The Pneumatic Horn was surprisingly good. Think of what other things we've done. Skutlix mount. If we get a Skutlix mount, I will use one. Sure. Combat Wrench has been surprisingly usable. It's not good enough for the Wall of Flesh. At least not with the setup I have right now. But, it's pretty good at handling regular enemies. What other weapons have I used? The blowgun was fine. It was uninteresting. Wouldn't say it's particularly good or bad. It just kind of was. At least for poison darts. It's a relic from older Terraria. Unholy water? Yeah. But since they added the ability of thrown powders to corrupt things, there's just no reason to ever make unholy water. And yeah, we fought the Wall of Flesh. I think we got it down to like 4,000 HP, but then we just ran out of arena space. The damage of the Flower of Fire and Combat Wrench wasn't quite good enough to take out the wall with the space I had. At least not with the way I was using them. If I were to go back, I'd probably do a fair bit better, but I still think I would need a bit more space. Yeah, I think the most surprising performance from a weapon Probably the pneumatic one. It was a lot better than I was expecting. It did really well against Skeletron. I do wish that the weapons I had were a bit better, so we wouldn't have to do all this arena preparation just for the Wall of Flesh, because I would like to move on to hard mode, but I did fight it. What, Skeletron? Yeah. Unless you mean the Wall of Flesh. Any Geoclops drop? Yes, we got the pneumatic one, which is what we used on Skeletron. What did I use against Queen Bee? Oh, that's right. We used the Unholy Water against Queen Bee. God, that was awful. Yeah, Unholy Water, by the way. Which is the thrown water that has, like, the splash that corrupts blocks. Has no AoE damage whatsoever. It only does damage to the target it hits and has no splash damage. Because we originally made it to try to use against the Eater of Worlds. Because I thought, hey, splash damage, no. Really, everyone says it's bad due to random effects. I mean, but the random effects had, like, no consequence. Like, the random effects is just slightly different velocity on the projectiles and different damage, which doesn't really matter. At least not against a boss like Skeletron. Like, it still shoots in the same path. It just will go at slightly different velocities and deal differing amounts of damage. And sure, that's not ideal in a weapon, but it's not, like, horrendous or awful. It does good damage. Ironic that water has no splash damage? Yeah, you'd think it would. You'd think it would. This is probably enough space, but I might as well just finish off what I have. It is also classless, yeah. I didn't realize that until quite a while into using it, which is odd because normally it has a very long, like, stat thing that shows up, which normally classless damage things don't. But that was, I think, mostly because of the tooltip and stuff. I think it doesn't do the damage because the damage from the bottle break, not the corrupted water. Yeah. It's just me who can't hear anything. I think other people can hear things. Not that you can hear me saying this. Oh, I have a message on Discord I should check. Okay, I am going to need to stop streaming in probably about 2 hours and 15 minutes, because apparently in 2 hours and 45 minutes, I am going out to eat with my mom and sister. And I need to have time to, like, get dressed and stuff for that. So hopefully by that point, it's really not ideal. I wanted to stream for like 5 or 6 hours today, so hopefully beat the game in 3 days and be done with it tomorrow. Okay, another flower of fire. Let's hell take some money. Leave it till next year? Nah, we could probably still finish Saturday. About to fight the Wall of Flesh? Yes, we already tried fighting the Wall of Flesh. We just needed a bit more space. So that's what I'm doing. And honestly, we probably have enough space now. I think it's like double of what we had. Yeah, we'll try the Wall of Flesh again now. No, Snoop Jake. regen, magic power. And yeah, I'm not going to take a Titan potion this time, I don't think. Okay, sell the Hellwing bow. Oh wait, no, it's reforge, not sell. Sell Hellwing, Obsidian Lantern, Shadow Key, chair, second flower of fire. Okay, any reforges I want? No, oh good. Try to use any spear like Dark Lance or Swordfish. No, what we have now will work. I just needed more space. Hey, Cosmic. Even Wiki says that unholy water does slight splash damage. Yeah, it doesn't. I can't really blame the Wiki because who actually used unholy water? You know, testing it strictly against damaging things. I thought it did splash damage. Guide booted also up here. Use the ruler? No. We're past the point of that being an option. What's the purple fish on the thumbnail? That is the purple clubberfish, which is fishable in the corruption. We used it earlier in the game. Hey, MXRG. Okay, so we fought the Wall of Flesh before and just didn't have the space to kill it. But I'm hoping that after we expanded the arena a bit, we'll be able to do it now. I'm going to avoid picking up all these sugar plums so that when I run back this way, I can get mana from it. I'm also going to try to expand this whenever possible. But I'm using early hard mode. Phase Saber, Hambat. I was considering the Flower of Frost for the Obsidian Swordfish. I'll make this a bit bigger. Because we have the Combat Wrench and the Flower of Fire right now. And the Combat Wrench isn't really good for the Wall of Flesh. The Flower of Fire was doing decent damage, but was a bit awkward to hit with. And especially small areas like this, where there wasn't much vertical space, I think was being a problem. Do a room review? No. Zombie dies of sadness when you measure that it's 5'4". Like an uncorrupted version of the rockfish? No, it's not a hammer. Use a Piranhagon post Plantera. I'm not going to farm for a jungle key. If we get any biome keys to drop, I'll consider using the biome chest weapons, but I'm not going to farm for them. Even this is a corruption world, not a crimson world, so we don't have to worry about that one. Why does my underworld house look like William Afton? What? That's a caterpillar. What am I doing right now? About to fight the Wall of Flesh. I'm just... Last time we lost because we just didn't have enough space, so I really want to make sure we have enough space. Because it's not fun losing due to lack of space. I'll go to heal. Should be fine. Yeah, the problem we were having last time is that the Wall of Flesh just, like, literally wasn't standing at a spot. Are you getting a lot of enemies spawning? What is going on? Do I have a battle potion drank? No, I don't have a battle potion. That's weird. Why am I not attacking? Why aren't I using mage armor? If you want to do the challenge differently to how I'm doing it, you're welcome to do it yourself. Like I said, the reason I'm not using mage armor is because I don't feel like getting the things to make mage armor because I don't need the things to do this. I don't want to go to the jungle and farm a bunch of things to make jungle armor, and I don't have the meteor bows, and I think I would have to get another meteorite to fall from the sky in order to get enough bows to make meteor armor. And that's a whole lot of work that I don't need to do when I can do it fine with the armor that I have. You don't need to do things optimally, you just need to do things well enough. See, this is the problem. We don't have the... Cutting through these hungry is tough. Because our damage just completely stagnates here. In those thin areas. You're doing pretty good damage. Only 3,000, or about 4,000 to go. Alright, I'm gonna just keep my distance and throw things from far away now. We're at the point where the hungry are just really doing a bit too much damage for me to maintain proximity. And it wouldn't really help. Okay, 1,700 to go. Okay, 856. Keep walking into the flowers of fire, please. 516, 470, 424, 258, 64, 14, got him. Okay, well, now we need to, consider what to do next. Nah, I'm not gonna use the Quaker Blade. Okay. Do I need a hard mode anvil to make the phase saber? I'll probably get the phase saber first. I do need a hard mode anvil. Okay. So let's go get that. Try getting the beam sword. Problem is, it's just such a rare drop. Okay, I also need to close off. I have corruption really close to my house. Where's my demolitionist? Crazy much differently that performs to the Hellwing bow. Yeah, the flower of fire is bad. I'd see it, Jack. Where is the demolitionist? Is he here? We're gonna do some corruption protection the old-fashioned way. Do tools count? No. At least not unless it's something like the butcher's chainsaw. Flying dragon is not forgettable at all. Flying dragon is incredible. No, you do need the hard mode anvil. Reject. Just look at the crafting recipe. If you're on old-gen consoles, I could use a regular anvil. This is true. Code 2, the yo-yo. Yeah, I mean, good. But, like, right now, my goal is the faceblade. And I am going to get that. And then we'll reconsider from there. Or face saver, rather. Tower of Power? I don't think the Tower of Power is forgettable. Oh, yeah, should be fine. Let's break some altars. Gotta clear out these guys, though. Moss Hornets are hell? Okay. Okay. I can work with that. Altars down here, it looks like. Yeah. Fast clock. Then. Okay. I'll probably write like 9 altars. However many are in here, I guess. Oh, we got quite a few. That's right, this is 2 corruptions right next to each other, so we'll probably have a lot of altars. Okay, we'll do this. I mean, honestly, just the regular faceblade has been holding its own surprisingly well. Corruption better than Crimson, change your mind? Flesh knuckles. Just the rate that it's been attacking at, and the knockback it's been dealing. For how much of the... Man, we almost used the entire arena, too. Beam Sword forgettable? Yes, but it's also difficult to get to drop, so... Dart Pistol is better than the rifle? That's debatable. Okay, well, let me get a Palladium Pickaxe, and then... Very forgettable Mega Shark. You consider it forgotten as this note being bad. What, the Beam Sword? Oh, I know what we were gonna do. Hold on. We're gonna make a pullwood bow. That's right. Use cannons? We don't have a pirate. Use a tavern, keep sentries. Okay, so corruption's on this side. Yeah. Jungle might be in trouble. Means the hollow will be over here. It's your time, Death. Alright. Have a nice day, Cosmic. The brain is objectively better because of the increased damage after a dodge. It's not objectively better. There are things that the Worm Scarf does better than the Brain of Cthulhu. Firstly, it's more consistent. Secondly, the Brain of Cthulhu has a cooldown after dodging something. So if you're taking damage constantly and if you're taking damage constantly and you're not having iframe increases with the cross necklace, then you'll have long periods of not being able to dodge attacks, which hurts the math of dodging 17% of attacks, because it's only dodging 17% of attacks when it's off cooldown. The Worm Scarf is also consistent for avoiding one-shot attacks, which is important when you're doing hardcore on high difficulties, where things are able to instantly kill you rather consistently. Well, that's awkward. Is this whole thing gonna be in the snow biome? Because, like, I can't actually get pearl wood. Okay, let me put some pink ice around a tree over here. I'm not saying that the Worm Scarf is, like, a lot better than the Brain of Confusion, or even that it is better. I think in most situations I would prefer the Brain of Confusion, but saying it's objectively better is just untrue. Okay, well on the right side, the underground snow biome will be hollowed to begin with, so getting pigmons to spawn won't be a problem. Yeah, I don't think the Frost Staff is as forgettable as the Flower of Frost. I think we will use the Flower of Frost, but I don't think I'll use the Frost Staff. Okay, I'm gonna seed some hollow around the world. Problem is, Celebration I don't think is very interesting. Holy Water is a weapon and tool to get the Pearlwood Bow. No, Unholy Water is bad enough. I don't want... Unholy Water was bad enough. Besides, we can't actually... We need pixies to spawn in order to get Holy Water, so until we have a hollowed surface area that can spawn pixies... Because the problem is right now, it's either on the meteor or in our house, and there's just not really... Okay, well there's a pixie. Okay, yeah, we can make holy water to, I think one pixie dust is enough. Hope it is, at least. Give me hollowed seeds. Is it not enough? No, it needs 2 pixie dust. So celebration is too nice to you? I mean, yeah, the celebration seed is overall just, like, easier. And it's not really interesting to play on. Okay, well, one more pixie, and we can get our holy water. These daytime spawn rates. Doesn't holy water require hollow seeds? I have hollow seeds. Okay, we have a small amount of hollowed grass. Okay, let me just get rid of... It's hard mode now, so we can... blow up this meteorite. Which, if you didn't know, not being able to blow up meteorite is pre-hard mode specific. Once it hits hard mode, you can... Oh, I had dynamite already. Ever notice when the hollowed background is the goofiest looking rainbow ever? Alright, where's that pixie at? I hear you. I hear you. Where are you? Where are you? I hear you. Damn it, I wish I had the binoculars. You're down here. Aren't you? It despawned. Is the Sky Fracture forgotten? No. Which will happen first? Will we get a pixie? Or will the grass over there spread to make pearlwood? Yeah, I might use the cannon. Shotgun? No, I don't think shotgun's forgettable. It's, you know, immediately upgraded to the Onyx Blaster, but... Oh, no, we got pearlwood over here. Is that enough for a bow, though? Let's see. 14. Okay, we got a pearlwood bow. At this point, I'm already invested, and it would be nice to spread hollow to a couple other areas to prevent corruption from getting to them. Is KO cannon forgotten? Eh. Okay, there's a pixie. Boy, this thing sucks. Well, let me... I can't even make coast arrows because coast arrows require a hard mode anvil. Okay. Hey, holy water. Let's hollow a couple spots. Mostly over here. Plango Staff, that seems broken for Destroyer. It's pretty good against the Destroyer. I think the Destroyer has some kind of damage resistance against it, though. Yeah, look at that incredible splash damage. And just the sheer power of the thrown water. That's a cool looking background. Okay. It has no knockback either. Okay. Well, let me take my newly found weapon and go mining. I guess. Followed seeds are more cost effective. I don't care. Water's fun. I just think that would probably be more work to code than Relogic wants to do. TM and WG. Is Corruption Dark unusable? No, that's not obscure. Unholy Trident? No. Yeah, no, I agree it would be cool, but I don't want to use my Spelunker potions trying to get the tier 1 hard mode ore, but none of it there. Let's go down here then. Bloodthorn? Yeah, I mean, we might get the Bloodthorn, but the problem is we have to actually get the items in order to use them, which is kind of a problem when the item's really difficult to obtain, or difficult to obtain consistently. Like, yeah, we could get a Bloodthorn if we have a Blood Moon happen by chance, and we also have a setup to be able to fish up specifically Hemogoblin sharks, but not other Blood Moon enemies, because they'll just kill me. And then on top of that, get lucky with the drop. And I'm more interested in getting something like the Phase Saber first. Alright, the Polewood Bow. Guess what? It's bad. It's very bad. It's just very, very bad. I'd like to get some kind of like damage over time debuff on it, like Cursed Flames. Because I feel like that would actually make it somewhat usable. I had mentioned this the other day of ideas that I think would be better implemented in a different game rather than trying to put them in original Terraria. I think last time it was the idea of like fleshing out dart weapons. To be able to like use them to apply different debuffs and things. And I feel like something like that, of the corruption and hollow enemies being combatively opposed to each other and getting in conflicts, would be better implemented in just a different game than trying to add it into Terraria as Terraria is now. How'd you go about coming out to your family if you did? I just told them I was bisexual. I don't know. It wasn't really that big of a thing. They're not homophobic, so I don't think they really cared. Alright. I don't think I'm gonna make any of these weapons down here. Like a mushroom house and buy the spear. I thought the spear was post-mech boss. I know the combat bench is better than the Polewood bow, but I still want to use the Polewood bow. So I'm going to. Okay, mining gear. That's right. We were gonna get the Mythal Anvil. Spelunker potion. So, I mean, we're gonna have to go down to the Underground Hollow anyway, because we need crystal shards, and that's gonna be the ice biome. So we might as well just mine there to begin with. You know, blink root? Oh, we got plenty of blink root. Make some shiny night owl potions. Okay, well, off to the snow biome. Actually, let me reforge this. I don't know if... Oh. Oh. Ugh. Okay, where did the goblin move into then? Good question. Ocean? Oh. I'm gonna have to fix that. Why didn't I craft the drill since I have no mining buffs? I have mining buffs! I have a mining potion! No, I didn't sunflower it up. Well, I'll go down there and sunflower it up. And while doing that, maybe we'll get some mythal. But it's still slow with just a mining potion. Again, if you want to play the game a certain way, or you want to see it played in a certain way, you're more than welcome to play it yourself. Guess what? I'm going to get more buffs than just a mining potion. I'm going to get a well-fed buff. I'm going to reforge it to have a light or other speed-boosting prefix to the point where it is faster than a drill. I do not need every action that I do to be scrutinized with why don't you do something else that's more optimal. If you want to sit here and backseat, please leave, because I don't appreciate that. I can Waffles Iron after mech bosses? No, I can't. That only exists in the Get Fixed Boy seed. We're not on that seed. That's just people on the forums and suggestions. Why do you do so much damage? Why don't my arrows do that? Oh, I didn't realize he could jump up here. My bow is better than yours. My bow is better than yours. My bow is better than yours. My bow is really good. I made it out of wood. Can it do this job? It should. Get wrecked, kid. Yeah, get an obsidian shield next time, dumbass. See, my bow's better than his. Am I going for any specific class? No. Yeah, he got absolutely destroyed. He is, like, crying to his mom right now. There's really no reason to fight Duke Fishbone. Oh, is this your older brother? Did you give him the controller? Dude, your older brother sucks too. He's even worse in the game than you are. I don't even need exploding arrows anymore. Yeah, the marrow dropping is really just the quintessential boss character versus when you unlock them. Why doesn't my marrow do that? My marrow can't... you can't even have flaming arrows with a marrow. Because it overrides arrow types. Hey, Rocket Boost. Not to mention the Skeleton Archer's flaming arrows remain on fire even if they're underwater. Which just seems like he's hacking, but... Yeah, for all those people asking why I sunflower up my... Oh, code 2? Format C. I'm broke. Hold on, I can make money. Shadow key. I'll sell the flower of fire and replace it with a format C. I do kind of want bread though. Do I have... Nah, I can't get the money for bread. Unless... Hold on. 1 gold. I need 10 gold. 2 gold. Hold on, maybe I can. Don't need a treasure magnet. Don't need a magma stone. Don't need 2 staffs of regrowth. I don't need an obsidian rose. Okay, that's bread. It would be cool to get the magma stone back. Okay. Okay. Any accessories? Yo-yo gloves are way too expensive. We don't have the money for that. And just like that, we have now gotten a weapon that is drastically better than, Corrupt Mimic. No, thank you. Okay. It was a great choice making this place come to a spider nest. Damn it. Why is his bow better than my bow? He takes 2 damage a hit. Hold on. I can beat him. Wow. Man, the Pullwood bow really destroyed him. Imagine dealing platinum bow DPS. Okay. I realized that I made a mistake, but it is salvageable. I didn't actually bring any dirt, but I can mine dirt from the nearby area. Yeah, so sunflowers basically make an area be treated as if it were less corrupt than it actually is. So by putting down a bunch of sunflowers, hopefully I brought enough, we can make this area livable by NPCs again. And they'll treat it exactly the same as a regular house. They don't care at all. You have to be a bit faster with putting down these sunflowers, though, because they will get corrupted if I don't have the sunflower on top of them yet. What biome will it count it as? Just underground. Whatever it would be if it wasn't corrupt. Forest? No. Forest is specifically the surface. If we were on the surface, it would count as forest, but... we're not, so... It'll just be regular underground. Yeah, this is right in the middle of the corruption, too. Thankfully, I didn't make the house out of corruptible walls. Use the ruler? Make me. I'll chain knife him. Got him. Bro got absolutely chain knifed. I like that genuinely the chain knife is better than the pearlwood bow. I seen your comment about hard mode weapons. Did you, like, leave it on the stream yesterday? I mean, I saw it, but I didn't really read it that closely. I'm not, like, planning that far ahead. If only we had done this in the first place. Ah, well. Unfortunately, because this place is, like, super deep in the corruption, it's gonna take quite a few sunflowers. We'll know we have enough when the music changes. And then once we have enough, we'll probably put a couple extra just in case any other blocks get corrupted. Although actually also destroying corrupt blocks, that'll also remove some corruption. Bound Wizard. I saw him on the Lifeform Analyzer. Was he showing up somewhere? I'm using sunflowers to make this house livable. I remember back in, during my first Get Fixed Boy playthrough, I had used a bunch of sunflowers all over the corrupt desert. That was a mess. Thunder Zapper? We used the Thunder Zapper earlier. Hey, Mez. Corrupt Mimic? No, thank you. Any weapons so far that you think have been slept on? I think people have, in every conversation I've had about the Pneumatic Horn, severely underrated it. Because the way I've seen people describe it makes it sound like it's completely awful, like unusable, and it was actually pretty decent. So purify it with shimmering purification powder? Oh, what are we talking about? No storm bow, but you can use the rainbow rod. The rainbow rod is not forgettable. The rainbow rod is incredible. Yeah, it's gonna take a minute to get enough sunflowers down, but this is 5 houses here. So it's pretty important to get them. Plus, it's my pylon down to the Underworld and deep in the world. Now the lava's being a problem now. Oh wait, are we good? No. Is this the... Is this the regular Underground soundtrack? Maybe not. It's hard to tell because the Underground Corruption soundtrack is a corruption of the regular Underground soundtrack. Like potatoes? Yeah. I already answered that, pal. Yes, I just didn't read it that closely. Because I'm not really planning that far ahead. I hope I bought enough sunflowers. Wow, worst case I can just throw some dynamite. I got rid of my dynamite. Good. About meat? Yeah. Drippler Crippler? Drippler Crippler's not forgettable. We're still corrupt? Damn. There's Hambat, Bloodthorn, and KO Cannon. Was the left too far away? I don't think so. You love my voice? Thank you so much, kid. I would have to go get more sunflowers. There's not really fireworks nearby. She does not like fireworks when I lived in the city. People would put off fireworks all the time. Okay, well now I'm invested in putting down enough sunflowers because I'm curious how many it's going to take. Hold on. I'm out of money. Sell this. Hold on. Let me get some money. Surely another 36 would be enough. Can I make my voice deeper? I could. I'm not going to. Okay. Well, I'm fairly certain when we get back down there, I can make this house uncorrupted. Because worst case scenario, we just blow up all the corrupt blocks nearby with dynamite. But I am very surprised that 100 sunflowers wasn't enough. I forget how much each sunflower counteracts, but usually that's enough. This one's just very deep in the corruption. There's a ton of corrupt blocks nearby. Oh wait, that was the wrong way. Corruption in houses. Anchor. The problem is you get the anchor a lot for fishing. Like, we might get it. We're gonna have a lot of downtime when we're farming for the handbat. Is it okay if you like notes? Are you high? Anchor, quad barrel shotgun, optic staff. Optic staff is not forgettable, not by a long shot. I don't think quad barrel is either. And anchor shows up a lot when you're doing fishing stuff. We might use the anchor. I think that one would probably qualify, but 46 tiles horizontally, 44 in vertical. Okay, well the screen is only 60 tiles, so 46 horizontal is most of the screen. And that should be fine where those things are. Let's go down here. Why does the YouTube player have to be so annoying with keyboard shortcuts? I never really used the keyboard shortcuts, so I'm not too familiar with them. I mean, some of those ones up in the top might not be hitting all of these, but that top house should, I think have all of the sunflowers be applied to it. stuff. Yeah. Holy shit, what is with these cursed hammers? Leave me alone. I'm trying to put down sunflowers here. Move my houses? No. Leave me alone. Wait. Thought I could grapple there or not. Get hit. I mean, I'm curious to see how many sunflowers it's going to take now. Because that house up there should have all of these sunflowers be applicable, except maybe a couple on the edge there. And it's still not livable. I just made a ghost hammer from. It's not even good for... Sunflowers low spawn rates. Not, like, immensely, but they do have a spawn rate reduction buff. Okay. We got these two. We got these two. And I think the reason is because it is less corrupt down there, because that's where the Underworld is with the ash. So if we throw some more sunflowers over here... Oh, you never know game until you challenge run it. I think it depends on the game. Surely this will be enough. Okay. We have 4 out of 5 houses. This one in the middle is still corrupted, though. Hold on. 1 sunflower would be enough? No? Okay. Why is the bottom one fine, and the top one's fine, but not the one in the middle? Maybe its housing flag is a bit further to the right, and so it's not counting a couple of the sunflowers over there. I'll just add a couple over here. Humans and speedrunners are different species? No. I mean... It's not like speedrunners are just machines that are able to do things while ignoring basic human needs. They are people. I mean, cheating, which is a pretty big issue, is driven basically just by purely human desires. Okay. Just replace every tile with sunflowers. Back what happened? We finally uncorrupted this housing. You happy? Okay. Step 2, take dynamite to the problem. If words don't solve it, use dynamite. Oh, you knew helped a few Minecraft runners splice cheated runs, and you can confirm they're normal humans. I'm not sure I entirely understood the first part of that sentence, but yeah. Rest in peace, ye whole milk. Okay, that's underground music. There, see? It's no longer the corruption. Problem solved. Alright, off to get ore chalcum now to make our face saber. Autocorrect stuff's in a really dumb way. Well, now we got the means to get a pumpkin pie. Let me do that. Get a little mining speed buff off of that. Make another mining potion. Okay, and I'm gonna reforge my pickaxe to a speed buff, and then go down to the underground hollow. Oh, never mind, I'm broke. I won't do that. Okay, well, off to the underground hollow. I need money. So I got underground? Yeah, it is. We need crystal shards. Stevie is not even getting 500 views a video now. I don't know who that is. No. Check. I don't. I'm not going to find the missing letters. Item teleport, huh? Okay, another ice mirror gets back the things we've been consistently getting rid of. Hello, black recluse. You don't get why he'd start uploading skibbity content like he knew he would get 0 views. What the hell are you guys talking about? Okay, Blizzard in a bottle. The Gen Alpha thing. Blanco potion. That's nice. Surprised we haven't hit the hollow yet. That is just a regular chest. Potion. The dude with a head sticking out of a toilet? What? 50 memes are death in like 1 year? It's the Gen Alpha version of MLG content. Okay. So just random equals funny? Type things. With like sensory overload. And loud noises. I was never really a fan of that type of content because I don't like loud noises. And there'd be a lot of just like, oh, here's an air horn. You don't find them funny, but just why do people dox people over it? What? Who is getting doxed over this stuff? Why? It's like a YouTube TV show about cameramans and people with toilets? Gen Alpha's like 10 years old now, at the oldest, I think. It's best not to... I'm not going to get into it. I'm 23, not 8 years old. I'm just trying to understand what it is. Kind of thing that you really get into in middle school and look back and cringe internally. Yeah, that makes sense. I was a child once. I know what that's like. I still remember... There's this, like, random-ass, like, incredibly bad Halo 3 parody song that I really liked in middle school. That I still get stuck in my head. Sometimes. Who likes to lock on? Like, lock on for summoning weapons to tell things what to target? Like, lock on the Slay the Spire buff that gives your orbs 50% bonus damage when playing as Defect? Every weapon in the game. Do you mean like the console lock-on to make things easier to aim? Is that what we're talking about? Song Soulja Boy parody? No. No. I don't even remember what the song was called. I just know it opened with, I got a bag of Doritos and a can of Cherry Coke. There's a YouTube copyright strike system. You would be hard-pressed to find anyone who makes content on YouTube that doesn't vehemently dislike the YouTube copyright system. As it's a very annoying thing that you have to deal with repeatedly. The greatest rap ever? Yeah, that sounds right. You like it a lot for some personal reasons. YouTube was something else. Okay, I needed 50 for the phase blade. Phase saber. I think you could rate YouTube videos back in the day. I don't really remember that. Well, I got the wood staff correctly. That's something. You were there 3,000 years ago. Is 60 crystal shards? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's make that phase saber. It's just a slightly larger phase blade that does a bit more damage. Well, a lot more damage. It's an understatement. Wait, was it not 50? Might have been less than 50. Okay. I got about an hour. I think we start farming for that handbat. And we'll use the phase saber and the format C. And I'm gonna go ahead and retire the pearlwood bow, make an executive decision on that one. Actually, no, we can actually use the pearlwood bow to great effectiveness now. Because we can now make coast arrows. Gonna hate farming for it. Yeah, it's probably gonna suck, but make every meme made by 12 or below years old kids illegal? Illegal? Hey, yo, kid, you're trying to be funny? Get the fuck out of here. You're going to jail. Why do you even need the handbat? Because I want to use the handbat. Because the whole point of what we've been doing has been, I want to get the handbat. It is an extremely forgettable and underrated weapon. The whole point of what we're doing is to get the handbat. To use the handbat. Because I want to use the handbat. Okay, forceful. I really need money. Well, we should get money from this. I need to make an area to, get these things, though. Names are cringe and full of furry stuff. I mean, you're not the target audience. Even you're disgusted. I wouldn't consider furry stuff. Like, I don't think it's inherently that bad for kids to make memes for other kids to laugh at. Like, yeah, it's juvenile, and as an adult, you look at it and go, that's not really that funny. But, like, they're kids. I think it's harmless enough. Unless they're actively, like, causing people harm. Is Cavern Layer? No, I'll start seeing crystal shards when it's Cavern Layer. that's cavern layer. Okay, well, let's get this into a workable area. Farm pig ones. They go through blocks, thankfully, but we want to make sure to be able to kill other enemies. So we're going to open this spot up. That saber was a lot faster than the blade was. Yeah, they buffed the phase sabers in 1.4.4. They made them very fast. It's not, like, incredible. It is still a melee weapon. A true melee weapon, rather. Current goal? Trying to get the hand bat. Okay, well, there's the frost staff. I'm not going to use the frost staff, though. I don't think it's obscure. Yeah, honestly, for the most part, just giving myself a space to be able to farm things. Did I shoot a big one? Thought I heard something rumbling. Make Alabama t-shirts popular? No. Do pig ones have spawning requirements that need you to be, like, moving or not in front of a background wall or something like that? I was hoping it would deal enough knockback, but it didn't. Unfortunate, it can't even stun lock a single Chaos Elemental. Use the Queen Spider Staff? Nah. I have water candles in there. Let me get some battle potions. Take this with me. They can only spawn on snow, thin ice, and pink ice. Okay. That's good to know. Regular ice too? Okay. Let me... Hi. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna Ice Torch up, to give ourselves the passive luck buff, because that will slightly increase our drop rate. Have I ever used... Snoop Jake, are you, like, 10 years old? Why is there a gastropod? Where the hell did you come from? We're in the cavern layer. No, leave me alone. Both 4 seconds of frozen? What the fuck? That's here, excellent. Yeah, I'll only be streaming for another hour, like I said, because I gotta go out to eat, in a little bit. Okay, there's the icicle. Pretty much Cheng, yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna make my... I'm gonna chill here. This will be where I sit. These mermen are kind of awful. I really want this area down here to not be valid spawning location. I can deal with the other spawns, but... Listen. And just completely eradicate this place from existence. Thankfully, with the hollow crystal shards growing, it's easy to see where things need to be destroyed. Spider cave down there. I'm expecting this is going to be a kind of intensive farming process, which is why I'm going pretty heavily into trying to set up an area. If this traveling motion is selling a Gatligator, I will be very happy. Can't wait for it to drop from the first big one. Yeah, it might. What's the drop rate on it? We still haven't had a Pigmon show up, so it very well could be. Okay, I'm gonna seed some hollow here. No, it's not 1 in 4. It's way lower than 1 in 4. %? That's what I thought. Yeah, 1 in 25. No Gatligator, unfortunate. I'm gonna go ahead and close out this area too. So ideally, we just want everything spawning to the left and right of us. To be higher in a constant seed, yeah. You know, we could also be thematic and do the most forgettable event in the game, because it's Christmas and we're in hard mode and we have presents, and we could probably get the thing to summon Frost Legion. Man, zombie mermen suck when you can't, when you don't have good ranged weapons and you're in big open areas like this. You want more snow? Well, there's no snow outside. It's like 70 degrees outside or something. Alright, I gotta get rid of this merman. Hollowed Mimic. No thank you. Yeah, Frost Legion. Christmas came late this year. The Christmas present is... I guess we'd be doing Frost Legion tomorrow, because I don't think we have time today. Merman steps. I guess because this is on the verge of being underground, we're still getting, like, surface/underground hollow enemies spawning. That's where they're showing up. Yep, Souls of Light. And, I mean, these are kills that could potentially get us a Frozen Key, which would be a Frost Hydra Staff later. So, there's that. And Souls of Light be used for? Mech Boss summons? Would Dower of Power be forgettable? I don't think it is. Unicorn Kite, okay. Big fan. If only I'd gotten an Ancient Chisel. I think it's a lot easier. God! Frozen. Be fast to use some dynamite? Probably. Problem is I'm broke and I don't have much dynamite. I know a couple pieces of sticky dynamite I could grab from some chests. I have 3 pieces of dynamite I can grab. I mean, even if we aren't using the weapons from biomimics, they're still a good source of healing potions and money. So they're not useless to summon and kill. Okay, well, there's all the dynamite. Need to add more kites to the game. Do they? Alright. I don't know if they do. This whole light after the place isn't even snow biome anymore. In general, no, but I would consider the Butcher's Chainsaw a weapon first and an axe later. It's very clearly designed to be used as a weapon in terms of the damage it deals. Like... Best Paladin Shield upgrade? Hero Shield. I think the Frozen Shield is overrated as hell. If I drop down to the HP value where the Frozen Shield would come into play, I'm probably dead anyway. And it's also really annoying trying to get the Frozen Shield, whereas getting Flesh Knuckles for a Hero Shield is not difficult. There are very few situations where I would make a Frozen Shield, but I would make Hero Shield a lot more often, so by virtue of that, I would consider it a better upgrade. What am I currently doing? Making a place to farm Pigrons, so we can, get the Hambat. Yeah, Polarwood Bow. Do you think you might be biased against the Frozen Shield because I'm better than the average player? I don't know, I just... Will the worst player get low more often to get more use out of it? Pigmons are real. They're just an uncommon enemy in the, underground snow biome. I mean, probably Obama. Man, even after the buff, the Face Saber is still kind of underwhelming. You know, putrid scent. What are you trying to get, Time Death? Flanger Staff? Well, the Hero Shield increases your aggro, which is quite relevant for multiplayer. And it's another 4 points of defense. I mean, if I'm not going all in on a tank build, I'm not going to use a Paladin Shield at all. If I am going all in on a tank build, I'm going to want the Hero Shield for all of the extra defense. No, Cheng. Unfortunately, that's not possible. It's also much easier to get a Hero Shield. I would consider it as basically a free upgrade of a Paladin Shield. If you're in a Crimson world, because it's not difficult to get Flesh Knuckles. No, you don't get them from a blood moon. You get them in a graveyard. She sells the same World Evil Seeds during a blood moon. She sells the opposite World Evil Seeds when in a graveyard. The two are actually mutually exclusive. They take up the same slot. If it's a blood moon, she'll only sell one. I forget which one it is. But the graveyard or the blood moon has priority. All of this for a Hambat. Shields plus 10 defense. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of defense on an accessory. And when you're going all in on a tank build, you really want to squeeze out as much defense as you can. And those 4 extra points of defense can be pretty consequential as you get into smaller damage numbers. Because the difference between taking 10 damage a hit and 6 damage a hit is pretty significant. And like I said, in multiplayer, it maintains the aggro increase, which can be quite important because if you're doing a post-golem tank build, and you have the Old One's Army Valhalla Knight set, that doesn't actually increase your aggro. So if you don't have accessories that increase your aggro, you won't actually have an increased aggro stat. How does spawn rates work? Yeah, we haven't had a single Pigmon yet. They're not a common enemy. Not about the difficulty of obtaining, but only how good the item is, and if you're not going pure tank, the Hero Shield is not very good. You're talking about single player. Okay, well the Frozen Shield is completely useless over a Paladin Shield. I'll just go ahead and say it. Like, as far as I would consider it, it does nothing. The Frozen Turtle Shell is useless. There's not a situation where I'm going to fault that HP value. That's not going to happen. So it's just a meaningless upgrade. Ice Mimic, Ice Mimic, Ice Mimic. Hold on. Are we over here? Must be over here. Where? Down here? There it is. Frozen Shield saves so many hardcore runs for you. I've never been in a situation where the Frozen Shield has made a consequential difference during a hardcore run, because the way I would play hardcore precludes the possibility of falling to that low HP in the first place, and then also getting hit more. Okay. Toy sled. %5 drop, by the way. And the main reason I don't like the Frozen Shield is because, really, it's very annoying to get. In the time it would take me to grind a Frozen Shield, I probably would have already beaten the game. Because I have grinded for a Frozen Total. I think the last time I did it was a Copper Short Sword only. And it took hours. And if I had been playing the game regularly, I could have just beaten the game in the amount of time it took to get a Frozen Turtle Shell drop. Whereas the Hero Shield, is not difficult to get, and if I'm playing a tank, I probably already have, Flesh Knuckles to upgrade. So it's just putting another 4 defense on the Paladin Shield. When I did get Fixed Boy Hardcore, was it also no hit? Oh god, no. No, get Fixed Boy Hardcore doesn't do that much damage. There are a couple things you can't get hit by, but you can definitely get hit and survive. The most difficult part about no-hit Terraria challenge is just things like thorns, and stuff like that. Which do very, very little damage, but do hit you. What am I currently doing? Making a place to farm Pigrons, and also just trying to kill Pigrons. They haven't really been showing up. At all. I'm playing normal Terraria. I mean, it's master mode, but yeah. I want the hand bat. Is the goal. Another icicle? What is Lethal Company? It's a game I've heard several of my friends talking about. I don't remember the specifics, though. Okay, we have enough money to buy dynamite now. Let's do that. That'll help out. Horror multiplayer game. Yeah, that's what I had heard. Something about, like, you're sent by some company to do something. I don't know the specifics, though. Probably gonna play it at some point, with friends. A lot of people have been wanting to play it with me. Far enough away? Yeah, I should be far enough away. Please don't call a hollow mimic. Oh, I missed that shot. Didn't angle the yo-yo correctly. Unfortunate. Okay, well that should be the right side done, and then I want to do a little bit more on the left side, plug a couple of holes, and then we should be good to start farming. What is that, emote, Kelly? It's something in a cup. Is that just water? How much time do I have left? 20 minutes. We can get the place set up and start killing some stuff. Hopefully we'll get at least one pig spawn. Yo, pig one! Get him with a pullwood bow. He did not drop a hand bat. Unfortunate. There's money down here. As a framework, I blow up a massive hole. So the idea is to control where enemies can spawn, to only be in spots where you can easily kill them. And by making that giant hole, it ensures that nothing can spawn down there, because enemies need blocks to spawn on. Okay, we're getting some pig bombs now. No handbat, though. So the idea here is to force pigrons, well, really just enemies in general, because there's a limit on the number of enemies that can be in the world at once. Basically, you don't want them getting stuck somewhere you can't kill them. And you want to be able to have access to them easily. My setup's pretty good right now. I want to plug up that one hole down there, though, I think. But honestly, maybe we just sit here and work like this. I mean, this... Monsters only spawn off screen? Yes. There are some more in-depth nuances than what I described here, but for the most part, that's pretty much what's going on. Gradient, 64. Yo, why is the gradient so much better than the format C? What the hell? What? Why is it just so much better? Yeah, sure, we'll upgrade to the gradient. Wait. Well, let's... Wood platform. Piggy bank. Battle potion. Water candle. I now need to actually kill them, though. Yeah, we could hoik. Yeah, this is going to be easiest to do if we hoik. But the problem is yo-yo damage penalty. Okay, let me do something like this. Hold on, do I have a bucket of lava? I do have a bucket of lava. Okay. We will utilize that. Yeah, Yoglove's 50 gold. We do not have 50 gold. Oh, what is a ghost doing? What the hell? I guess I must have destroyed that tombstone. Okay, I can modify this a little bit to be more effective. Let me, Alright, no, that won't work. Oh, whatever, this will work fine. We're getting through stuff. Okay, there's an ammo rock. So we've done what? 3 pig runs? Okay, another icicle. Nah, Amrock isn't forgettable. Well, we'll get plenty of money from this, which is good, because we're hurting for money at the moment. Use hammered platforms? I could. I thought about it. I decided not to. Okay, there's another pig bomb. Ooh, enchanted sword, though. It's a bit spicy. What was that I detected? Ice... Oh, I really want an ice mimic. Where is he? Where is he? He's down there. Damn it. I want the ice mimic, though. Because I want a, Flower of Frost. I gotta offload stuff from my inventory. That's a Frost brand. Okay, well, I need to offload stuff. Yeah, I'm not gonna use the Frost brand. Alright, back we go. So we've been getting decent Pigron spawn rates. Crystal Vial Shard is a 100 mimic drop. Do you think farming for other items getting it makes it very memorable? Oh, Crystal Vial Shard. Yeah, I don't think Crystal Vial Shard fits the bill. I mean, the perfect weapon, like the quintessential forgettable weapon in hard mode, I feel like, especially early hard mode, is 100% what we're going for right now, the hand bat. You're not going to get more forgettable than that. I need to deal with these guys. It. God. Frozen mermen are awful when you have no weapons that can act from a range. Kind of important qualifier there. Another ice mimic. Okay. Where? Not down here again, is it? That's the wizard. I'm more interested in the mimic. Oh, he's back this way. Ah, he's gone. Damn. Fortunate. Okay, I'm gonna plug this hole. I'm gonna go ahead and plug this hole over here too. Damn it. Swap on ice skates. There's usually more like the bat as in a big, heavy-hitting, slow weapon. The problem is that big, heavy-hitting, slow weapons generally aren't good. Like, the amount of damage something needs to do as a big, heavy-hitting, slow melee weapon to be justified in using it is really high. Stop it. Okay, well, back to it. Okay, there's a big one. Okay, we got bacon. Not a hand bat, but bacon. You know what? I will, throw a couple of flakes down here. Let's toss out this yo-yo. Okay, Piglon. I mean, the spawn rate's not terrible for Piglons. We're getting them at a not awful rate. Should be getting some banners for enemies soon. And we are getting money, which I do like. Okay, there's a legendary handbat. 92 melee damage, by the way. This is the weapon of champions. No, I can't deal with zombie women. Leave me alone. No, go away. It's not the weapon of dealing with zombie mermen. Okay, I'm gonna go find something that's not a zombie moment to attack. I can't deal with zombie moment. Try it with exquisitely stuffed. The problem with the only exquisitely stuffed I have is bacon, and I don't want to waste that. But right now we have medium well fed. If you don't know, the Hambat scales its damage based on the quality of the food buff that you have. Yeah, the damage scales with food buff, which is incredibly niche. Let's go find some stuff to kill. I don't know if we can actually like fight a mech boss with this, is the thing. Because it is a tiny melee weapon. But we can go kill regular enemies with it. I was hoping to get a Flower of Frost, which we could still get, in order to kill, the mech bosses. Yeah, I mean, this is solid knockback, solid damage, dealing with things pretty well. Compared to the Phase Saber we had been using, that's a pretty big upgrade. Leave the game on AFK to get an ice key. Look at all these dark mummies here. So the Hambat is roughly equivalent to a titanium sword, which is a good melee weapon. In fact, with a major well-fed buff, it's actually slightly better than the titanium sword. It's mostly the fact that it is just very, very difficult to obtain, because it is a, what, 4%? Oh, I took off my recall potions. It's a 4% drop from a rare enemy in the underground snow biome that also has to be a hybrid corruption and hollow biome. There's a lot of hoops you have to go through to get it. But if you do get it, it's fine. That was the well-fed influence there, by the way. We go from 87 damage up to 92, which is really basically nothing. Because remember, this also gives you a damage buff inherently. So this gives, like, maybe, like, 2 or 3 points of damage for the food buff. It's really very minor. It also gives you a buff, which increases your HP regeneration after killing an enemy. I think it gives you, like, 3 HP per second on kill, for 5 seconds. There's really a lot of very niche things put into a weapon that is incredibly obscure, that basically nobody would ever get, and even if you got it, you would basically never use. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it for today, because I gotta go out to eat with my mom in like half an hour, and I need to take a shower, get ready, get dressed, and all that stuff. We did the Wall of Flesh, we did Skeletron, found that the Pneumatic Horn was actually surprisingly good. The Flower of Fire was usable against the Wall of Flesh, although it wasn't great. The Combat Wrench was also surprisingly good. It wasn't good against the Wall of Flesh, but against regular enemies, it put in work. Might have been another weapon we used in there. And then we got to Horde mode, where you found out that the Pullwood Bow, as you would expect, is absolute dog shit. The Phase Saber holds its own against a lot of Horde mode enemies, although it's not fantastic. And the Hambat is actually pretty good. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. I don't know exactly when. I don't think I'll be able to beat the game, just because I need to go out of my way to try to farm for bad weapons. It's probably going to be another 2 streams before I can beat the game. If we were just playing normally, you know, you could beat Astrodeus not in Terraria. I don't know, is he like in another game or mod or something? But yeah. Bye everyone.